Hej! Dzisiaj misje same gramy. I będziemy każdą robić po kolei. Nie śledź. Dobra, to jest śledzona, tak? Misja. Jak ja mam się tam dostać? Mianowicie tutaj. O! Jak mam się dostać do tej misji? Otwórz zamkniętą skrzynię w piwnicy starego domu Gwen. Nawet nie wiem, jak tam wejść. Powiem wam szczerze, nie wiem. Tu jest zejście jakieś?
A castle must have been quite stately in its time.
Nie, to nie to.
Revelio.
O, tutaj. Poziom 3. No dobra, okej.
Hello, Hamura.
No. Zobaczmy, co tu mamy.
Revelio.
Jakie dźwięki przerażające. Myślicie, że się przestraszę? Chyba żartujecie. Dzień dobry. Nie przeszkadzajcie sobie. O, kobieta.
Incendio.
I po kobiecie. O, władca dworu. Nie wiem, co to za bossy były, ale już ich nie ma.
Hello, Hamura.
Chyba trochę przesadziłem z tymi ulepszeniami na maksa wszystkiego. Teraz mam okrutne obrażenia. Wiecie co? Zrobię sobie zdjęcie tego. Już nie mówiąc o tym, że nie wiem, gdzie to jest. Jakieś filary, jakieś coś. Po tym rysunku w ogóle nie obczają, co to jest. Zróbmy sobie fotkę tego, bo nie chce mi się co chwila wchodzić w ekwipunek, żeby to sprawdzać. Niewyraźne. Jeszcze raz. Teraz tak. No jakieś takie... Nie wiem, gdzie to jest.
Might be interesting to see where this leads.
No. I teraz weź zgadnij, gdzie to jest. No, czyli fragmentu tajemniczej mapy. Co na mojej mapie wygląda w ten sposób? W ogóle. Widzę, że tu znak flipenda trzeba użyć, ale dobra, to nie jest to. Tu jest jakiś ten. Jakieś takie kawałki są popękane jakby lodu, ale to nie jest to. Jak się to nazywa to zadanie? Skarb przeklętego grobowca. Na mapie widnieją kamienne monolity w pobliżu wodospadu oraz kafle podłogowe z wyrysowanymi symbolami. Ja coś takiego kojarzę tylko w jednym miejscu, a mianowicie kafle podłogowe. To mogło być to, ale to nie będzie to. To jest raczej to. Tak na 80% myślę. Nawet. Tylko nie wiem, czy to były właśnie te... Czy to były monolity? Tego nie pamiętam. Szczerze powiedziawszy. Nie komentuję tego, czyli to prawdopodobnie nie jest to. Gdzie to będzie w takim bądź razie? Ała! Mnie też bolało. No i za łatwo się daje trafiać.
Should think they felt that in London.
Jak to znaleźć w takim bądź razie? Gdzie tu jeszcze może być takie coś? Tu jeszcze mogą być popękane i filary. Filary i popękane. Dobra, okej, ja wam przyspieszę ten proces. Znajdę to w internecie, bo nie będę tego szukał teraz. Tyle czasu. Zobaczymy to w internecie. No mogłem się domyśleć i szukać wszędzie, ale szkoda czasu na to. Skarb. Tego. Tego grobowca już jest Hogwarts Legacy. No dobra, już wiem, gdzie to jest. Znalazłem to już na mapie. To na mapie według mapy jest tu. Ale czemu akurat tutaj? Nie wiem. Według tego to zadanie się wiąże z tym miejscem. No i od razu idziemy do niego.
Who lives here? Revelio.
Ale to... Chwila, moment.
Abandoned long ago, no doubt.
Ale to mi chyba pokazuje źle, bo mi pokazuje początek zadania. Ja już mapę znalazłem. Dobra, już wiem. Źle polecieliśmy. Poleciliśmy do początku zadania, a to jest tutaj. I za wodospadem. Czyżby to pod spodem?
Mysterious. This looks like the entrance indicated on the map.
O, nawet lepiej. Grobowiec zdrady. Pewnie o to chodzi. No bo szukanie tego, to wiecie, oczywiście mógłbym tego sam szukać, tylko ile by to zajęło, tak? A mnie szkoda życia na szukanie lokacji, co innego jak przy okazji by się coś robiło, ale tak to nie.
Revelio.
Dobra.
Considering the bones, I'll assume this is a tomb. Revelio. Incendio. Incendio. Confringo. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Ugh, why is this door locked? Incendio. Brilliant. The first piece of the puzzle. Lumos. One down, two to go. Incendio. Must be something around here I can climb on. Accio. Incendio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso.
No nie, no. Co ja zrobiłem?
Revelio.
To było dobre.
Lumos. Success.
Sukces.
In theory, what are they protecting?
In theory.
Incendio. Confringo.
O,
Incendio. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Incendio. Let's hope you stay there this time.
no i już mamy.
9 rocks on the map. Incendio. Confringo.
chwila. O. A, flipendo mam użyć właśnie. Czekajmy chwilę. Flipendo zamienimy sobie z tym. I teraz tak, flipendo. I jakie tam są? To już mam zdjęcie. Dobra, czyli tak. Dobrze to zrobiłem? W zależności od tego, jak na tym stanąć. A skąd mam wiedzieć, po której stronie jest właściwa strona? No właśnie. Chyba w tą stronę, bo znaczki też są tak ułożone. Dobra, czyli tak. Tak. Dobra, tak jest ok.
Glad to have got something off. Eureka!
Eureka. Do Eureki. Dobra, teraz tak, jak stąd wyjść? No właśnie, ja już się zaczynam gubić. No i dobra, kolejne zadanie zrobione. I lecimy misję główną. Z tego co pamiętam, to nie mam już żadnych zadań, nigdzie nie ma. Chyba do tej mapy mam pójść. Znowu biegania, żeby tam dotrzeć do tej mapy, ale dobra, no trzeba iść. Iść do komnaty mapy, tak myślałem. To idziemy.
Revelio.
No właśnie, chwila, moment. Tu są legendarne? Tam. Nie, teraz to nie ma już sensu, wiecie? Bo ja już mam... No wam powiedział, ale mam już zbroję zrobioną na maksa. Zaklęcia mam na maksa. Nie ma sensu już modyfikować nic. Już myślę, że z tym setem mogę skończyć grę. Więc tu dalsze modyfikacje mają sensu.
You would be wise not to underestimate this student. Their aptitude for magic is beyond anything I've ever seen, and I've been teaching a long time.
It is a joy to have such a student.
Incendio.
Can be.
Confringo.
There you are. Careful now.
I received your owl. I was able to speak with Lodgok, the goblin I mentioned before.
What did you learn?
He and Ranrock were close once, but they had a falling out.
You believe he can be trusted?
He seemed trustworthy. Difficult to know, really. But Sirona Ryan trusts him.
Well, that's something, I suppose. Supposing he can be trusted, will he help us get to Ranrock?
I retrieved a stolen helm he hopes to return to Ranrock in order to regain his confidence.
You have been busy. Let's hope your efforts result in our learning something about Ranrock's plans.
Lodgok did mention that Ranrock is searching for something, but he couldn't say what. Perhaps that helm will yield some answers.
Ranrock is searching for something. I feared as much. I've heard an unusual amount of activity, goblins and wizards, I surmise, when visiting my portrait at my castle.
Rookwood Castle.
My former residence, yes. That castle is also the location of your next trial.
I'm sorry to tell you that Victor Rookwood, evidently your descendant, is a dark wizard in league with Ranrock.
My descendant? A dark wizard? I'm afraid we've no time to waste. Despite the obstacles that clearly await you, you must get to Rookwood Castle immediately. Not only is it the location of the next trial, it is home to a source of power that would be devastating in the wrong hands. I do wish we had the luxury of time. However, I do not doubt your abilities. Find my portrait there as soon as you can.
Very well, sir. I'm on my way.
Best of luck.
No time to waste. I'll meet you at Rookwood Castle. I'd seen Bakar's tower countless times. Never suspected it held the secrets it did.
No to idziemy do zamku Rookwooda. Zobaczymy.
No more happy days for you.
O,
You're the one who stole our... I know what.
moja kolej.
Confringo!
My best.
Expelliarmus!
Dead.
Over here!
Over here.
What's going on here?
Professor Rookwood was right. The place is crawling with Victor Rookwood's lot and Ranrock's loyalists. They're working together, all right, but it is not a friendly alliance. I'm sure you'll agree that we need to find a way in other than the front gate. Let's go.
Co? Inną drogę niż główne wejście? Co? Główne wejście. Otwierać. Przyszedłem. Dobra, żartowałem i tak by nie otworzyli.
Expelliarmus!
You can't stop Ranrock's rebellion!
I don't see myself doing this sort of thing forever, though. Fancy I'll have my own operation one day. Keep me working.
What are you doing?
Confringo! Accio! Wingardium Leviosa! Levioso!
if I'd known your plan was to dig up half the
I
country.
wouldn't have to dig if you could simply manage to bring me the child.
We wouldn't need the child if you hadn't sent a dragon to retrieve the container I spent months and countless ministry favors tracking.
You let them board the carriage. My options were limited once I knew it would be inconveniently beyond my reach at that infernal school.
Have you not acquired enough power here? I allowed you to tunnel under my family home.
Allowed me? You are here only because you are descended from a keeper and may at some point inadvertently become valuable. We had an agreement. I will share with you the power that I discovered if you locate the stores of magic that are yet to be found. So, unless you want another demonstration of my power, a power that you one day hope to wield, bring me the child.
We already knew they were after you, but now we know they're digging for stores of magic.
And Ranrock knows about the Keepers.
Yes, I caught that too. Professor Rookwood said that you'd understand more once you complete the next trial.
Let's get into that castle.
Any special words you want me to pass on to your mum?
Good finger.
Not your best month. Not suffering, do you? Ranrock will lead us to victory!
Time to teach someone a lesson! Such arrogance and Look right there!
I'll get you for that! I won't rest!
No more funny games for you.
Defender. Confringo. Revelio.
I suppose that's the quick way down. Is there something to those symbols on the walls?
There is. I've seen symbols like these before. I need to find all of them, then cast at them quickly in succession.
Goblin tracks.
Revelio.
A step ahead of us. Let's see where they lead.
No, zobaczymy co kopią.
This must be it. The store of magic and the source of Ranrock's power.
It looks empty. If they've taken all of it, why are they still here?
Ranrock said there's more to be found, and if he's right about that, it may or may not be located here. Wherever it is, we need to find it before they do. Where is that?
Revelio.
I heard something. I was hoping that was you.
Professor Rookwood, the goblins and dark wizards who've
Dzień
overrun the
dobry.
castle are digging for stores of magic and have broken open some sort of container.
No. Things are more dire than I could have imagined. If, as you told Percival, a goblin in his vault was wielding a powerful magic, then they have somehow learned. It cannot be.
And sir, they know you were a keeper. Ranrock used the term.
This makes no sense. How did... We shall discuss this later. Right now, you must complete the next trial.
Just tell me where I need to go.
The power you stand to wield must first be fully understood. The trials will ensure that. Power without knowledge is dangerous indeed. In the wrong hands,
We will simply have to outwit Ranrock. And my unfortunate namesake.
Very well, Professor. Tell me where I need to go.
I shall reveal the path. Professor Fig must leave you now.
Żegnaj, Fig. Na zawsze. Panie Figu.
Revelio.
I would join you if I could. I shall await your arrival in the map chamber.
No to czekaj na mnie. Idziemy na próbę.
Revelio.
Co? Ale jak? Jak ja mam wam to zrobić? Trochę nie rozumiem na razie, na czym to ma polegać. Ale... Dobra, chyba wiem.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Przesuń się. No. Nie, nie tak. Nie, tak się też nie da. To nie działa. Na to mogę tylko przesuwać tym. Śmiesznie. Jak to działa, nie wiem. Powiem wam, nie mam pojęcia. Czuję, że zaraz to zgliczuję po prostu. Patrzcie. Nie wiem, czy o to chodziło, ale dobra, udało się. Mniejsza z tym, czy o to chodziło. Działa, działa. Tak długo jak działa, to nie ma znaczenia. Dobrze. Świetnie. Chwila, moment.
That pillar is blocking the path. I'll need to move it.
Jak mam to mówić?
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Chodź, walczymy. Pojedynek tytanów. Ty albo ja. Jeden upadł, 4 zostało.
Incendio.
Otwierać przejście dalej.
I believe I need to proceed to the left here, but how? Incendio.
O! Co tu się dzieje? Czekajcie chwilę.
Perhaps I'm to hit the mark on the far wall. That sort of thing has repositioned the archways in the past.
A, o to chodziło, dobra. Już. Musiałem chwilę pomyśleć, bo już bym powtórzył trzeci raz to samo, co robiłem. Dobra. Teraz tak. O co chodzi znowu z tym?
There's a pillar here, but no ledge near it for me to grab onto. Defender! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Incendio!
Czy to jest glitch, czy on jest w innym wymiarze?
Expelliarmus! Incendio! Cutting those marks readjusts the archways. Perhaps there's a way forward from the Expelliarmus! Incendio!
Gin. Dobra, teraz się mogę skupić. Moment. Ja wiem, co ja mam zrobić, tylko że...
Accio! Wingardium Leviosa!
Ale...
Accio! Wingardium Leviosa!
Chwilę, moment.
Leviosa! Accio! Wingardium Leviosa! Is it possible to pull one of those blocks through the archway?
Przeciągnąć chcesz? No, okej. W porządku, chyba o to chodziło, nie? Łatwizna. To jest dla takiego czarodzieja jak ja. Czy wy chcecie, żebym ja zwrócił obiad takim poruszeniem kamery? Ach, to tylko gold. Jednego mniej. Otwierać przejście. Dobrze. Trochę się to glitchuje, ale co tam? Takie glicze. Latające broni. Dobra. Już nie zdasz rady tego drugi raz rzucić. Mówiłem, nie dasz rady drugi raz tego rzucić. To jest. To mnie jeszcze atakuje. Okej. Czy mam to zaatakować? Czy mam to zaatakować? Dobra, nieważne. Zaczynasz mnie irytować. Masz. Wracaj, skąd przyszłeś. Jaki relief? Szkoda właśnie, no myślałem, że boss będzie mocniejszy, a nie.
Must say I'm curious to hear of Isadora's travels.
Do come in. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
This is uncharted magic, Isadora. You can only see what has been sealed in the jar, and we do not know what power that may hold. But the traces of that magic are different from what I've seen before.
Thank you.
Ciekawe, a wyjaśni mi ktoś, dlaczego nie mógł mi po prostu opowiedzieć o tym.
You're back.
And in one piece, no less. It is good to see you again.
Professor Rookwood told me about what happened at Rookwood Castle.
In light of the dire circumstances in which we find ourselves, it is most fortunate that someone so competent is following this path.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep the second artifact safe as you've advised.
Good. Are you ready to move on?
I'm ready for whatever comes next.
In that case, introductions are in order.
Allow me to introduce former Hogwarts headmistress, Neve Fitzgerald.
How do you do? I must say that I was not entirely surprised to learn that a student had been completing the trials. I've always believed Hogwarts students capable of anything they set their minds to.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I am certain that you are more than capable of completing my trial. However, I must first, how shall I say, prepare the location of your next trial.
We trust your judgment, Professor Fitzgerald. You should know better than anyone how to manage the inconvenience of, well...
A vainglorious and exasperating headmaster? Indeed I should. I shall confirm that everything is in order immediately.
Of course. Professor Fitzgerald needs some time to clear the way forward. Until then, you should continue to hone your magic.
Jakiej magii? Ja już prawie wszystko mam.
About Ranrock and Victor Rookwood's
Co ja się mogę
activities
jeszcze
in the
nauczyć?
meantime, please let us know.
Very well, Professor. I know.
Ale mryga,
Continue
ała.
to hone my magic.
You do learn.
Moje oczy.
Hopefully you will soon hear from Lodgok as well, and we shall learn how he fared with the helmet you retrieved. Well done today, as always. We shall speak again soon.
Sooner or later. Jest i zima, każda pora roku w Hogwarcie. Czekałem, aż będzie zima. I się doczekałem. A ja jak zawsze wstaję z łóżka. Jak grzeczny chłopiec.
Natty told me about your run-in with the poachers. I have some news about them as well. Can you meet me soon? I fear that some of what I uncovered has to do with you.
When you have a moment, please stop by the room of requirement. Deke mentioned you might be interested in learning how to breed beasts.
Breedowanie beastów. A jak? Potrzebny jest facet i kobieta. Czy ja potrzebuję coś więcej?
Assignments all fit.
The exploding charm, Bombarda.
Bombarda.
You have completed the tasks I've set forth. Speak to me after class.
Nareszcie bombarda. Dobra, idziemy nauczyć się bombarda. Żartuję, najpierw smyk. Dobrze. Trochę tu wnętrze pozmieniałem od ostatniego razu.
When you have a moment, please.
Dobra, idziemy do smyka. No i jeszcze oczywiście odblokowałem to. Myślałem, że tu też śnieg będzie padał. Tutaj jest cała plaża z moimi większymi zwierzaczkami.
Deke would like to speak with you when you have a moment.
Hello, Deke. You wanted to talk to me?
Indeed. Deke thought you might want to learn how to build a breeding pen so that you can breed beasts.
I don't know, Deke. Sounds a lot of work. Can't I just carry on rescuing beasts?
Rescuing and breeding beasts go hand in hand. Young beasts are particularly vulnerable to poachers. Breeding beasts here in the room will allow us to keep the younger ones safe.
I see. What do I need to do?
First, bring a pair of beasts to the room. One male, one female. Deke suggests rescuing thestrals, as they're at great risk from poachers. Noble creatures, but their relationship with death gives them a bad reputation. They're prized by poachers for their tail hairs.
I've seen thestrals before, but where would I find a pair of them nearby?
Deke has seen some wild thestrals not too far from the Hogwarts grounds. Then you'll need to purchase a spellcraft for the pen from Tomes and Scrolls and gather the materials it requires. Once you've rescued the thestrals and you have the spellcraft, you come and find Deke.
Idziemy ratować. naszego konia.
Faster!
Wiecie, czy ja dobrze lecę w ogóle?
Go!
Nie no, źle leciałem. Wybaczcie, zakręciłem się troszeczkę. Myślałem, że tamten znak to jest ten znak, co mam lecieć, a to tu mam. Dobra. O, widzę nawet. Samca mam. O, jest samiec.
Arresto momentum. Professor Howard will never believe this.
I już. Mamy go. Starczy tylko spela użyć dobrze.
It's always nice to see a familiar face.
Now I can conjure a breeding pen in the room. Best get back to Deke with the thestrals.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Dobra. Idziemy do Hogwartu. Zobaczycie z Deekiem.
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of overall
Czemu
look
teraz
most
się
appeals to
czemu
you?
się teraz zmieniło nagle?
Actually, perhaps another time. I've rescued the thestrals and bought
Zawsze były wyżej zadania, a teraz niżej.
Now, to breed your thestrals,
Nie
simply
wiem, jak to
release
działa.
them into the same vivarium in which you conjure the pen. Then use the pen to start the process. Come and see Deke when you're finished.
I shall. I wonder where I should conjure their pen.
Jeszcze więcej miejsca. Niedługo ten pokój to będzie wielki jak baza wojskowa.
Surprises. We now have the perfect place for those thestrals. Please let Deke know once you've bred them.
Once I bred them.
I've been studying Salazar Slytherin's spellbook. Meet me in the Undercroft. I found something.
Wspomniałem, że tu też można wyczarować rzeczy. Całe budynki mogę. Drewniane ogłodzenia. Karmniki. Czekajcie, bo ja jedną tę stralę mam gdzie indziej. Muszę iść tam do drugiego.
Settle yourself. I mean you no harm.
No i dobra. I chwila. No i już. No nieźle. 30 minut będą się... No dobra, okej, nieważne. Ale aż 30 minut mam czekać? Dobra, w porządku. Nie będziemy czekać tyle czasu, zajmiemy się innymi zadaniami w takim bądź razie. A jedno z nich jest Foxmeat. I tu od razu pójdziemy zrobić zadanie. Kolejne. Nie będziemy czekać. Robimy zadania inne.
Oh, I do hope Mary...
Excuse me, sir. Are you all right?
Just barely. But I don't want to trouble a student with my woes.
I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
I'm not so sure. Name's Crispin Dunn, by the way. I trade in the surrounding hamlets. Do the most business in Arranshire. A lovely little hamlet. Just stunning gardens. Just the other day, the Daily Prophet ran an article on its scenic hedgerows. Actually, before I go on, I should ask. Are you afraid of spiders?
Spiders don't bother me at all. You'd be impressed by how many I've dispatched lately.
Lucky you. The hamlet's overrun with the vile things, and they're acting abnormally aggressively.
I'm concerned about my customers, of course, but it appears that most of the hamlet's residents fled to safety. It's my friend Mary I worry about. I haven't heard from her, and I fear she's trapped in her cottage.
Understandable, but why don't you check on her yourself?
I would, but I have a crippling fear of the eight-legged beasts, which I, unlike you, seem incapable of conquering. I don't know what to do. Can you think of anyone who can help Mary?
I'll try my very best, Mr. Dunn.
Please do. If you can think of anyone that may be brave enough to help, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. They'll find Arranshire southeast of Hogsmeade, just below the train station.
Ja wystarczy, że sobie dać z tym radę.
This must be Arranshire. I'd best keep an eye out for spiders. Incendio! Defendo! Even more aggressive than I'd expected. Incendio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Defendo! Confringo! Confringo! Surely that's the last of them. Oh no, this must be Mary. Poor woman. If Mary was breeding these things in her cellar, that means there are more underground. I'll need to destroy every last spider in that cellar if this is to end. Revelio.
No to idziemy. Idziemy znaleźć wielkiego, przerosłego pająka, mamuśkę.
This is where Mary bred the spiders. They're not here now. This isn't a good sign. These spiders have gone somewhere. Revelio.
Odszukaj gniazdo.
Ladder. Not sure I want to know where this leads. I'd best be ready for whatever I may find down there.
Jak to nie chcesz? Pewnie, że chcesz. Trzeba wypalić wszystkie pająki z tej planety.
Exacts. I need to find and destroy all of these before the situation gets... That's one exact destroyed. I should get the rest. Expelliarmus! Incendio! Can't let you harm out. The alley.
I co teraz? A zniszczy jaja.
Revelio.
Okej.
Incendio.
Niszcz jaja. No dobra, bez jaj. Niszczymy jaja.
Revelio. Incendio. Half finished. I need to destroy all of the exacts. These eggs must be destroyed. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Revelio. Defendo. I suppose I know what happened to Mary Portman now. She was breeding the spiders.
Rozmnażała pająki. Mądre to? A mówiłem, nie rozmnażać. To nie słuchali.
Incendio. Compulso. Revelio.
A w jaki sposób...
I hate to think that they see me, but I don't see them.
Tak długo jak mogę je wypalić, nie ma znaczenia, czy mnie widzą, czy mnie nie widzą. Ja jestem dla nich śmiercią.
Incendio. Revelio. 8 legs is simply too many. This is definitely going to... That's the last of the spider sacks.
No i co? I już. Po pajączkach.
Incendio. I hope that's the last spider. Confindo. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Confindo.
Ten ma wyższy poziom.
Expelliarmus. Confindo.
I już po pająkach. Mówiłem, ogień najlepszy. Wypalić to dziadostwo.
Oh, wait. That's the last one.
Tak.
She's angry.
Piękna jesteś. Nienasycona. Nienasycona. I już. Po wszystkim.
Revelio.
I pająki zostały usunięte. Polecam się na przyszłość. Szybko poszło. Jakoś tak łatwo. Dobra, teraz trzeba... Nie. Tak. Tutaj tak. Zaczarowany kompas ułatwiają, ale ja wiem, że ułatwiają.
Mr. Dunn, I have some news.
Thank Merlin. About my sweet friend Mary.
It seems poor Mary was breeding spiders in her home for profit, and vastly underestimated their propensity to multiply.
Oh, Mary. What untoward scheme were you involved in?
If she needed financial assistance, she could have just come to me.
She didn't deserve this. Few do.
I am sorry about your friend. But you'll be relieved to know that I cleared out the spiders. It's safe to return now.
You? You cleared out the spiders? I can't believe it, but I'm certainly relieved.
I imagine the first order of business will be to help the amulet rebuild. I suppose I have nothing to fear from dead spiders.
That's the spirit. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you again for all you've done. I shall keep you apprised of the hamlet's rebuilding.
Glad I could be of help, and I look forward to visiting your shop the next time I'm in Arranshire.
To dearly departed Mary.
Alfred Lawley's none too pleased. Seems he's been burgled. I should pretend I never heard the rumors of your involvement.
Idźmy, nauczmy się bombardy.
You're the one who took care of that awful acromantula near Arranshire, aren't you? Fine bit of work, that.
Wiecie, dobra. Idźmy najpierw dookoła przechowywaczy. Zobaczymy, kto dzisiaj będzie lepiej grał. Kule. Polecimy sobie w kulki. No, jest już godny przeciwnik. Chodź tutaj.
Hello, Grace. What are you doing here?
Cześć, Grace.
Thank you again for your help at the lake. I've become quite good at Summoner's Court, and I'm waiting for my next opponent. I suppose that's you.
I suppose so.
Shall we begin?
Przecież ja już mogę z tobą przegrać.
Let's see what you're made of. Impressive. Accio. You didn't see that. Impressive. Accio.
Dobra, nie ma co tego przedłużać, i tak już wygrałem.
Well, it appears I've been bested.
Oczywiście, że tak, co myślałaś.
Well done! Diving, Summoner's Court. Seems there's nothing you can't do.
There wasn't much to it.
You really are insufferable. You may have beaten me, but your next opponent is sure to take you down a peg, which will be a joy to see.
Słyszałem to już 5 przeciwników wcześniej. Żaden nie dał rady. Dobra. Zajmijmy się ważnymi sprawami. Takimi jak... Takimi jak... Bombarda.
Excellent work today. Class dismissed.
Can't say I'm
I take it you're ready to learn your...
I completed your assignment, Professor. I'm ready to learn Bombarda now.
Good. Now, this spell comes with a caveat. It should only be used when necessary. The exploding charm, as you might suspect, can hurt people. Use caution when casting it.
I will, Professor.
I will hold you to that promise. Now, you must be precise in your wand movements. We don't want you blowing your hand off. Go ahead. Nice and steady wand movements. Remember, the exploding charm is highly volatile. Well done. Now, let us put it into practice, shall we? Go ahead and try it on the pumpkins.
Bombarda!
Excellent wand work. Cast the spell just like that every time. Assured and in control. Textbook execution. Robert.
Professor, might I have a moment?
Yes. What is it?
Lubię placki.
Apologies, Professor. Perhaps later.
Myślałem, że coś jeszcze powiem mi ciekawego. Ona mnie nauczyła spala i koniec dyskusji. No dobrze. To idzie nam dobrze. Idziemy teraz do naszego przejdziemy się teraz do Sebastiana. Idziemy do Sebka, do Seby.
Duncan owes his reputation to you.
You'll never believe
What did you discover in the spellbook we found in the scriptorium?
Salazar Slytherin's spellbook was a little difficult to interpret, but fascinating. Evidently, he encouraged teaching dark magic at Hogwarts. Neither the Imperious Curse nor the Killing Curse was unforgivable during his time. He believed students should be prepared to use dark magic when necessary, not to fear it. That's why we had to use Crucio to gain access to the scriptorium. He didn't want his knowledge shared with anyone who was afraid of the power of dark magic.
It was hard to do, but casting Crucio was our only option.
And I'm glad we did it, because in the spellbook I also found something else. References to a lost relic, which, from what I can tell, grants the holder the power to reverse dark magic curses.
And you think this relic might be able to save Anne?
Precisely. I plan to search for this relic, but I don't think we should tell anyone. Especially Ominous. He wouldn't understand.
I see no reason to involve Ominous.
I'm glad you agree. When I know more, I shall send an owl. And don't feel sorry for Ominous. Keeping this to ourselves for now is for his own good.
I'll decide what's for my own good.
Ominous, we were just about to get some air. Care to join?
You're a liar, Sebastian. I heard everything. You swore you'd never engage in anything to do with dark magic again.
No, I didn't. I said I understood you wanting that. I'd never swear to give up on finding a cure for Anne.
Jak było?
You don't know when to stop, do you?
Jak było, powiedział, że rozumie. Nic nie obiecywał.
Ominous. I'll be on my way.
I am not letting this go.
Ominous, Sebastian meant well.
I know what I heard. You knew I wouldn't agree with this. Going after that relic is not a good idea. Sebastian doesn't even realize it, but he's as irresponsible and reckless now as his parents were years ago. It's why they died.
I knew his parents died, but I never heard what happened.
Mr. and Mrs. Sallow were professors. Spent nearly every waking moment in the cellar library. Noses buried in books. Anne and Sebastian were upstairs when it happened. They heard a sudden crash and ran downstairs, but it was too late. Their parents had crumpled to the floor. A defect with the lamp in the cellar caused the room to fill with an undetectable toxin. Sebastian and Anne were helpless. They had no magic yet.
What a horrible story.
It is. That's why I can't understand Sebastian's recklessness. I've practically lost Anne. I cannot lose Sebastian too. Please avoid anything to do with that spellbook.
Those references in the book seem promising.
Everything to do with Salazar Slytherin seems promising until it's too late. I hope Sebastian pursues this no further, but if you think he might, please let me know. It would mean a lot.
Dobra. Zanim sobie przejdziemy do następnego zadania, ja muszę sobie zobaczyć mapę świata. Czy są tu jeszcze jakieś zadanie? Zdjęcie klątwy, dostępne misje, ale gdzie? Gdzie jest to zdjęcie klątwy? Dobra, tu sobie pójdziemy jak najbliżej tego zadania i lecimy. Nie no, trzeba dziewczynę odczarować, nie będzie się męczyła. Ja nie pozwolę. Nikt się ma nie męczyć.
Just the person I need.
Samantha, is everything all right?
No, it's not. It's my brother William, the one I told you about after Charms class. He's been cursed. He ignored my warning and now he's lying in St. Mungo's looking completely pathetic. He simply never listens.
I'm sorry, how exactly has he been cursed?
Oh, you won't believe it. Truly, but his feet were turned into purple beets. You can imagine his distress. And mine. I won't even go into the attention he was getting from our garden rabbits before he admitted himself to hospital.
I'm so sorry. That sounds like a trying situation.
I'm glad you understand. Everyone else just laughs at me as if it's a joke. No compassion at all.
Well, it is an unusual situation. How did your brother end up like this?
It's entirely his own fault. I told him about some research I'd done recently on our ancestor Marmaduke Dale. In particular, my discovery that Marmaduke's tomb was cursed. My brother's always making fun of my discoveries. This time, he laughed in my face. Told me I'd misinterpreted my findings. As if that were possible. And to prove his point, he went right up to the entrance of the tomb and poof! His feet transfigured into beets.
How awful. I can see why you're upset. He definitely needs some help.
Exactly. He may be a cape flapper, but he's still my brother. And no one deserves such a fate to last forever, especially as the result of a single brainless mistake. Now I worry that if the curse isn't reversed, it could become permanent.
Can't the curse be broken?
Possibly. The curse stems from a crest that was stolen from Marmaduke. If the crest were returned to its rightful place upon his sarcophagus, then I believe that William's feet may be restored. You battled trolls when they attacked Hogsmeade, escaped a dragon, and I could tell by your work and charms that you're a skilled spellcaster. Returning a crest to a sarcophagus should be almost effortless for you. So, will you help us?
Nie, idę na rybę.
I can take the crest to Marmaduke's sarcophagus for you.
Oh, thank you! Thank you so much! You'll simply go into the tomb where Marmaduke was laid to rest and place the crest on top of his sarcophagus. According to my research, the tomb's been abandoned for centuries, so it should be a fairly simple task. You'll find it just east of the hamlet of Brockborough.
B. Hamlet.
Thank you for your help. My family is indebted to you.
Idziemy na następne zadanko.
I need to find the tomb near Brockborough and place Samantha's face on a sarcophagus there. There's no telling what lies in wait for me in there.
Idziemy. Wchodzimy do grobowca. Tutenchamona.
My feet didn't turn into beads. That's a good start. Depulso! Incendio!
Tego się nie spodziewałem. Nie spodziewałem się, że zje mnie to w sekundę. Zazwyczaj musiało się...
Should have known a herbologist would use devil's snare. A troll? You can't be serious.
Dobra, Petrificus totalus. No nie zdążyłem. Dobra, nie ma już znaczenia. O Jezu, mylą mi się te klawisze czasem. Dlatego, że jest ich za dużo. Połóż tą łapę od tych kamieni, zostaw te kamienie. Starczy tego miotania głazami.
Asako? That should reverse the curse. Hopefully. Revelio!
Wróć do Samanty już? To wszystko? Jeden troll. Śmieszny troll. Dobrze. Trolla już nie ma. A jak ja mam wrócić teraz? Co jest? No chyba nie powiecie mi, że mam się tam wspiąć. Chyba się nie da, co? Średnie stoły znalazłem, no proszę. Łatwiutkie zadanie, szybciutkie.
Samantha will be glad to hear that the crest has been returned.
Gdzie ona jest w końcu? Tutaj, dobra. Idę już. Już idę.
I'm happy to tell you that I returned the crest to Marmaduke's sarcophagus just as you asked.
I thought as much. I received word from St. Mungo's that my brother's feet are back to normal. No more beats. Oh, I cannot thank you enough. It wasn't too much trouble, I hope.
Ja wiem, jak możesz podziękować.
Just a measly old troll, nothing significant.
A troll? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. That's awful. No one has been in that tomb for centuries. But I can't say I'm surprised. Marmaduke seems to have been full of surprises.
Indeed he was.
Well, I suppose I should be going. I'm anxious to see my brother, who must be elated to have his feet back.
Of course, I certainly would be.
William and I are forever in your debt.
Ty wiesz, jak możesz go
Thank you
spłacić.
again for what you did.
Dobrze. Znowu nie widzę więcej zadań. Co mnie cieszy, bo sobie zaczniemy znowu fabułę. No. Idziemy znowu fabułę robić. Teraz gra przyspiesza. A my razem z nią. Idziemy fabułę dalej zrobimy. Tak, próbujcie. Jestem za szybki i za wysoko.
Revelio.
A to rozumiem też, że to jest jeszcze wyżej ta misja. Jeszcze wyżej jest. No rzeczywiście jest jeszcze wyżej.
Is Highwing all right? Natty told me what the two of you did.
Poppy.
Highwing's fine. I'm keeping an eye on her.
Moja ulubiona
She's safe,
Poppy.
Poppy, I promise.
Good. Whatever the poachers are up to, I want Highwing far from it.
You said you had news about the poachers, and that some of it had to do with me.
It did. I overheard them talking in the Hogshead, and did you know that they have orders from Victor Rookwood to capture you on sight? Does this have anything to do with Rookwood and Harlow coming for you in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack?
It does, somewhat. But at the moment, I'm more concerned about what else you heard the poachers are up to.
Fair enough. But I hope you'll let me know if I can be of help, especially after what you did for Highwing. Does the name Hauntel Hall mean
Wiesz, jak
anything
możesz
to you?
pomóc?
I'm afraid not. Why? What is it?
The poacher's best kept secret, apparently. The name came up twice, but they never went into detail.
Same kobiety w tej grze. Ja kurczę nie mam, oprócz Sebastiana nie mam kolegi żadnych.
At the expense of innocent
Biednie
creatures,
trochę.
undoubtedly. The poachers spoke of this area, and I thought if we searched around a bit, it might give us clues.
Ciekawe, czy gra się kobietom to jest odwrotnie.
Gran, this trip
Jesteś
never
otoczona przez samych facetów.
Not to worry, Poppy. If I ever meet your gran, I shall not speak a word of this.
I normally tell her everything. She might be my best friend after Highwing, but she knows how I feel about the poachers. I think she worries I'll do something ill-advised.
Whatever gave her that idea?
This way.
O, misja z Poppy. No. Randka.
A centaur. Tread carefully.
Zabij. Zabij.
An entire castle to roam, yet you choose to wander here.
Please, we don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through.
Do you take us for fools? That we do not notice more and more of your kind around here, in league with the poachers?
We aren't involved with them. If anything, we want to see them stopped.
I hope for your sake that is true. Our kind is swiftly losing patience with the poachers and those they work with.
Dawaj, centaurze, powalczymy. Chodź, na gołe klaty.
He was certainly a charmer.
That could have gone worse. Centaurs aren't exactly fans of wizard kind, and the poachers aren't helping matters.
But why would he think that we had anything to do with poachers?
I did notice the poachers talking with a few villagers in Hogsmeade. I'm not sure why. Perhaps that's why the centaurs are suspicious. That's the third time I've seen a dugbog behave.
Smacznego.
It seems that a lot of beasts have been more aggressive than usual lately.
I've noticed that too. It's almost like there's something in the water.
Nie no, nic dziwnego, że było to i chce coś zjeść.
Odd.
What is it?
Not entirely sure, but look around.
Revelio.
If the poachers were here, perhaps we can find out why.
Why wouldn't they take their cages with them when they left? Pelts, still smoking. They can't have been gone long. This is goblin metal. Seems out of place in a poacher camp. I should tell Poppy about it.
Anything interesting?
Poachers were here. All sorts of evidence. But I found something else. It's goblin made.
I found goblin armor. Let's keep searching, but carefully. Merlin only knows what's going on here. I don't have a good feeling about this.
No, gdzie idziemy, Poppy?
How do goblin and poacher interests align?
Look, down there.
Definitely poachers.
Ale piękny widok.
Poachers though. So what are they doing out here?
Let's take a closer
Ja się ponapawam tym
They
widokiem.
won't be happy to see us. Should we use disillusionment? Or perhaps a less discreet approach?
Hard to say from up here. Let's get a better lay of the land.
Jak co? Schować się? Nara.
Bombarda! Ah, there you are. Rookwoods don't go down.
Merlin, you'd think they were guarding the Minister for Magic himself. What is going on here?
Only one way to find out. Reparo.
What in Merlin's name?
Are those dragons?
O, mają tu smoki. Które jeszcze walczą ze sobą. No nie, muszę wszystkich wybić i smoki odzyskać.
It's a dragon fighting ring. This is Horntail Hall.
The name makes sense now, and the secrecy.
No wonder the poachers were in Hogsmeade so much. Likely taking bets and spreading the word, given how crowded it is here. How could they possibly enjoy this? The centaurs have every right to be disgusted with wizard kind. There must be more dragons here. The poachers are far too greedy to run a fighting ring with only 2 dragons. We should take advantage of most eyes being in the fight and look around. But be discreet. You especially can't afford to be spotted.
Jak? Jak nie mogę być zauważony? Zaraz zobaczycie. Nikt mnie nie zauważy, bo nikt żywy stąd nie wyjdzie.
Have you heard from your family? Has either of your brothers come round to our way of thinking? Will they join us?
Expelliarmus!
That's mine!
Confringo!
Expelliarmus!
Niebieski musi wygrać, mówię wam.
Did you hear those goblins? Ramrock and the poachers must be working together.
Smoka laserami? Smoka laserami? Ja wam dam, zaraz to was się dorwę, to zobaczycie.
Revelio.
What's going on down there?
O nie.
They must have only just captured her. She's putting up quite the fight.
Not a fair one, though. Not with her chained up like that.
Let's even her, shall we?
Dokładnie. Uwolnić smoka.
Look, they've got a dragon egg. Hebridean from the looks of it. We can't leave it here, not with the plans they likely have for it.
Hello, Hamora.
Na ratunek, jajeczku. On jest na ogniu, on je bierze w ręce, tak? Okej. Też biorę ogień w ręce, bez przejmowania się. Smok.
You're the one we're looking for, and you brought a friend.
Myślisz, że jesteś straszny? Dobrze.
Incendios. Yes, Defenders. Expelliarmus.
We don't have time. We need to free her now before more show up.
Here.
Uwolnić smoka.
Been a bad idea.
I suppose we'll find out.
Smacznego. Tak. Tak, pyszne. Jak dobry schabowy.
This way.
No. Takie randki to ja mogę mieć. Najciekawsze randki ever.
That was a Hebridean black.
I'm guessing the egg we have belongs to that dragon.
Ja do Zagrody powiem mieć smoka, a nie.
They had her egg. She wouldn't have left without it.
What now? She didn't exactly leave us a calling card.
I don't know. Nothing about this day was expected. Not the goblins, and definitely not the fighting ring. The last thing I planned on was a dragon egg. And the poachers saw us, which cannot be good.
We aren't helping ourselves standing here. Let's get to safety. We can sort this out later.
You're right. If there's anything the poachers are good at, it's tracking their prey. And right now, we're it. Be careful, won't you? I shall see you back at the castle.
Nie. Popi, nie odchodź. Żartowałem. I tak zawsze byłem sam. Dobra. Teraz. Wyczesz i nakarm. Idziemy mojego małego nakarmić.
It's time you learned the transformation spell. After you've completed the required tasks, which I'm certain will prove useful in finishing your field guide, attend my class to learn the new spell. Afterwards, we will discuss your progress thus far in the term.
I should let Deke know about the newborn Thestral.
Teraz pogadajmy z Deekiem, że ja chcę tutaj, żeby smok zamieszkał i potrzebne mi jest najwyższe pomieszczenie, jakie istnieje dla smoka.
Hello, Deke. You'll be pleased to know that a little Thestral was born.
How wonderful to have more Thestrals in our world. Such misunderstood beasts.
I'm sorry that we can both see Thestrals, Deke.
Deke is privileged to see such majestic beasts, but sometimes wishes Deke couldn't. Deke is to blame.
What do you mean, to blame?
Years ago, Deke's master ordered Deke to help him capture a phoenix, the rarest of all beasts that master had spotted high on a cliff. The phoenix was the most beautiful beast Deke had ever seen. Deke begged master to leave her be. When Deke hesitated to climb up the cliff as ordered, Deke had to punish himself. As Deke punished himself, Master grew angrier and angrier, and in his frustration cast at the regal bird. Deke suspects the phoenix was protecting eggs when it swooped down in fear and fury. Before Deke could reach him, Master fell from the cliff. Deke stayed on that cliffside for days, punishing himself, before Tobbs found him.
What a horrible tale, Deke. I'm so sorry.
Deke has only told Professor Weasley that story, and now yourself. Deke often wonders what became of that phoenix. Deke feels fortunate to be at Hogwarts now, helping you rescue beasts. Perhaps Deke can make amends for what came before.
Ja swoim panem się nie przejmuję, Dick. Magowy. Za uszami. Dobra. Zabierz stronę przewodnika w podziemnej przystani. Weź z biblioteki stronę przewodnika z księgi o natychmiastowej transfiguracji. Dobra. Dobra, teraz tak. Nie śledź. Dobra, to idziemy, no.
Revelio. So this is the underground harper, the Grey Lady. I'd say hello, but she doesn't seem particularly social.
Nie byłem tu nigdy. To ciekawe. No dobra. Tędy idziemy. Ojej. W nocy się uczymy. A co? Student zawsze jest studentem. Nawet, a najbardziej już w nocy.
That book Professor Weasley asked me to...
Looking for the book Intermediate Transfiguration?
Professor Weasley asked me to, get something from that book. May I have it?
Did she now? I'll give you this book if you humor me by answering a few questions from my quiz.
O nie,
Some
kochana.
people call bits of knowledge trivia. I would argue that no knowledge is trivial. Hence, I have created a small quiz, just for fun, focusing mainly on the lore of the wizarding world. None of the other students will try it, no matter how many times I ask. They all say they have enough with schoolwork.
Ja też.
Ugh, they don't value knowledge the way I do. Surely you're interested. I'll even start you off with a few of my easiest questions.
Nie.
If that's the only way I can convince you to give me that book, then let's get it over with.
Dokładnie.
Just a few questions and then I'll hand over this book. Let us begin. Before the invention of the golden snitch, which magical creature was used in a game of Quidditch?
The golden snidget.
Correct! The snidget was first introduced to Quidditch in 1269 by a wizard named Barbarous Bragg. Sadly, they're thought to be extinct. Next question. Which potion is commonly referred to as liquid luck?
Felix Felicis.
Well done.
Nie wiedziałem.
Since it makes the drinker temporarily lucky, Felix Felicis is a banned substance in all organized
Ale reszta brzmiała śmiesznie.
The tale of the three brothers involves which magical artifacts?
The Founder's Relics.
No, the answer was the Deathly Hallows.
Oh.
According to Beadle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows consist of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility.
Już nie
Which
pamiętam.
ball in Quidditch is the largest?
Tłuczek albo kafel.
The Bludger.
I'm sorry, but the correct answer was the quaffle. When a chaser throws the quaffle through one of 3 hoops in a Quidditch match, their team is awarded 10 points. True or false? Polyjuice potion allows the drinker to change species.
False.
Correct. While Polyjuice potion can be used to change things such as age or race, it cannot be used to change species. Well, I suppose this has gone on long enough. I'll put the book back on the pedestal now. If you're inclined to test your knowledge again, I have plenty more questions I could ask you. And I won't be giving you any more easy questions either. The next ones will be more difficult.
I'm sorry. I don't have time for a quiz at the moment.
Let me know if you change your mind. I put the book back on the pedestal for you.
Revelio ought to make quick work of this. Professor Weasley's tasks are complete. I should attend Transfiguration.
Idę na moje zajęcia. Nie ma czasu.
Oh, hello.
My mother would like to speak with me. I believe she has learned about some of what we've been up to. I'm hoping she may be easier on me if you are there.
Settle down.
Ja swojego kota bym na noc zamieniał w poduszkę.
As you may be
I
weary
byłby
of hearing
spokój.
me say,
Myślicie, że to
it's an
dobra
exact
myśl?
science that can take a lifetime to master. But we
A
need
wszelkie pająki bym zamieniał w motyle.
anything can be transformed if you can just perceive the potential within it. As I see in all of you,
Świat byłby lepszy, jak wszyscy by umieli przemieniać wszystko.
every one of you. Or it could just be my eyesight.
O, tak jak mówiłem.
You all know what to do.
Panią profesor przemieniłbym w tą syrenkę. A jak? Dopiero co się nauczył, już motylowy czarował, no?
Beautifully done.
Też się cieszy.
Can we meet for 3 broomsticks? It may finally be safe since we rescued the dragon from Horntail Hall.
Pewnie, że tak, Poppy. Zawsze i wszędzie.
You wanted to discuss my progress so far this term, Professor?
I did. You seem to have had no trouble in getting up to speed, and frankly, excelling in your schoolwork this year.
Thank you, Professor. The extra assignments have been helpful.
As I suspected they would be. Now, it seems you've been making excellent use of the opportunities presented by your field guide. Of course, the guide isn't the only measure of success. I've heard that you were able to grow a venomous tentacula. Growing such a magical plant is an accomplishment of which you can be quite proud.
Thank you, Professor.
I will say I'm especially impressed with all you've accomplished in light of the rumors of your extracurricular activities. Was your visit to an ex-aura in Upper Hogsfield connected in any way to Professor Fig? I can't begin to imagine what that was about.
Not at all. I was, merely interested in learning more about the Aura program. I saw Professor Sharp's Aura badge.
Nie, wcale nie zabrzmiało jak kłamstwo.
I admire your penchant for learning, but do remember that your classwork and field guide are designed to educate you thoroughly. It'll be the end of the year in no time, and you'll want to be well prepared for your OWLs. I'll provide a final assessment at that time to ensure that you're ready for your exams. Until then, well done. You are dismissed.
Są jakieś egzaminy? Pani profesor, ale jestem... Ja nic nie umiem, pani profesor. Jestem niewinny, pani profesor. Błagam. Tylko nie to. Ja już nic nie umiem. Kiedyś umiałem. Dobra, koniec żartów. Ich mało śmiesznych. Tych mało śmiesznych żartów mało.
Something dawned on me about the triptych. Meet me at the Overlook, just north of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll explain.
My plan with the helmet failed, but I have another idea. I think we may be able to find what we need at a goblin mine south of Hogwarts. Meet me there.
Goblin mines?
I remember our meet mentioning something about gobbledygook.
So frustrating. You wanted to speak with me, Mother?
I had hoped to speak with you alone, Natsai.
Your message mentioned your concern about an unusual creature
O rany, te Urugwajki.
that could have been anything.
Ugandy.
You know what it was, Natsai.
I am allowed to leave the castle. I am always careful, Mother.
Careful. Officer
Careful.
Sina disagrees. She sent me an owl telling me that you
Prawie
have
jak
tried
egipcjanie gadają.
evidence of some kind against dark wizards. She berated me for not keeping a closer eye on you. And she is right. I do not want you visiting Hogsmeade for the near future.
But Mother!
My little gazelle, you are well-intentioned, but you must not meddle in the affairs of dangerous people.
If someone had meddled in Matabeleland, Father would still be with us.
I must get to class. Perhaps your friend can get you to listen to reason.
Oczywiście, że nie.
Frustrating. She never listens to me.
She called you her little gazelle. Is that a term of endearment where you're from?
It is specific to me. I am the unusual creature in Hogsmeade she mentioned. Self-transfiguration is not taught at Hogwarts, so I am gently discouraged from practicing it. However, I am an animagus, and it is in my gazelle form that I have been able to wander the Highlands rather freely until now, much to my mother's chagrin. That is how I managed to spy on Rookwood and Harlow.
Now the nickname makes sense. What an extraordinary ability to have.
It is. I love transforming, but Mother is less enthusiastic about it. She says that no creature, especially one as rare as a gazelle, should be bounding about where poaching has become so prevalent. She claims that she has foreseen tragedy befall me in my gazelle form. But she has used her sight to control me too many times. I no longer believe it.
We're making good progress. We can't quit now.
I agree. I have never considered quitting, even for a moment.
Zawsze byłem przeciwko rodzicom w tych niektórych sprawach, więc rewolucyjność młodości jest nie do powstrzymania.
My mother cannot know where I am all the time. Thank you for being here during that rather awkward conversation.
Też lubię placki. Dobra, jak już o plackach skończone. Smocza odprawa? Dobrze, Poppy, masz moje zainteresowanie. Co tam, Poppy? Co tam? Znowu rozmowa tylko.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Over here.
This is a change of pace from our last outing.
Don't remind me. The thought of that tent still makes my blood boil. I've been thinking about those poor dragons in the fighting ring. The collars they were wearing, they appeared to be goblin silver. I think a collar is precisely what we found at that poacher camp. I've never known poachers to use anything like that before.
The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar, and Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
That's a good idea. We need to see this through.
I'll start looking into it right away. There was something else that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't want to press it before. Seems I may have caused you more trouble with Victor Rookwood. Why is he after you?
Rookwood is working with Ranrock.
Powiem, Poppy.
I found at Gringotts. Fig had a portkey that led us there after the dragon attack. It's a bit of a long story, and Fig had asked that I not speak of it yet.
Goodness. Well, that certainly helps to shed light on what we saw at the tent. Don't worry, I'll guard your secret as if it were my own. I shan't press for more details. In fact, I should probably be going. I'd like to track that dragon down as soon as I can. I'll let you know when I have news of her location.
Dobrze, Poppy. Jeszcze się spotkamy. Na pewno, Poppy. Dobra. Kupmy się. Koniec głupot. Coś tu jeszcze mam? Nie widzę. Nie widzę. Dobra, to którą misję teraz zrobimy? Spotkaj się z Sebastianem. Porozmawiaj z Amitem. Sebastian ma zawsze fajniejsze zadania. Więc idziemy do pana Sebastiana. Zawsze będzie 3 razy bliżej.
Anne is getting worse. If there is any chance that the relic from Slytherin's spellbook can help her, I must find it. I'm requesting... Meet me outside of Feldcroft.
Dobra, jak tu już jesteśmy przy tym zadaniu, to
I have some promising news about the...
I came as soon as I could.
I'd been so distracted by the scriptorium and Slytherin's book that I'd almost forgotten what it was that had struck me about that triptych. This is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it.
That's incredible. You know this area well.
And while I was waiting for you, I scouted around and
zrobimy to zadanie, a później
discovered
poboczne.
surrounded by Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea, but perhaps they're searching it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
We need to see what they're doing. I say we take them head on. Let's bury some enemies.
Oczywiście.
Very well. And I still have that rune symbol we found. on the
Zniszczyć
triptych.
wszystkich.
If there is a connection, I suspect we'll see that symbol again.
After you.
There they are up ahead.
I'll let you lead.
Do ataku.
No one enters this mine. Kill anyone who tries.
Expelliarmus.
You can't.
Incendio.
A miss.
Defender. Revelio. Expelliarmus.
All of Ranrock's loyalists. This is going well.
We make a good team. Revelio.
We do at that.
Czekajmy. Chwilę mam. Manipulacja. Ja manipulacji nie potrzebuję.
Once again, we could fight our way through or be discreet.
You know which one I'd choose?
You're weak. Ready to fight.
Defender. Incendio.
I won't rest.
Expelliarmus.
Too slow.
Get away with that.
Bombarda.
And the fun is over.
Fun is a relative term.
It is. And that was relatively fun.
A ja powiem inaczej. That was relatively quick. Dobra. Jedziemy. Ja już oczywiście nie biegam za rzeczami, nie zbieram nic, bo już mam maksymalne, więc nie ma potrzeby.
Better or for worse, we're in.
Już. Spadli,
Mine
spadli.
looks like a tomb.
It was closed after accidents were reported. Now I see why.
There you are.
Defender. Expelliarmus. Confringo.
I won't rest.
Incendio. Revelio. Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want. Incendio. Revelio.
Szukaj runę. Co? Chwila, moment.
That ledge is awfully high.
Any ideas? Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa. It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the hairy legs.
Smash it.
Fangs. Should have thought to conjure stairs.
Reparo.
Dobra, most naprawiony. Jedziemy. Mamy most, to idziemy. Dzień dobry.
We're making quick work of them.
Professor Hecat would be proud. I think we're going to be a bit distracted from runes for a moment. We have another fight on our hands.
What was up for a bit of time?
It's almost too easy. Let's get this over with. Good for you. Incendio.
I shall avenge your death.
Confringo. Incendio. Expelliarmus. We're not finished yet.
Dużo ich tutaj jest. No dobrze, może być. Jednego mniej. Drugiego mniej. Trzeciego mniej. Trzeciego mniej. To jeszcze. Ilu was jeszcze wyjdzie? Zapraszam wszystkich.
We certainly cleared the rooms.
You're not a bad chap for a Slytherin.
Ah, there's that Hufflepuff loyalty you're so well.
A rune symbol above the cavern door. Ranrock's loyalists never knew to look for it.
Wasn't expecting that.
I już lecimy dalej. Hop.
What do you have there?
Revelio. A journal entry by Isadora.
Hopefully it will help.
Sebastian,
more of
I think I
mystery.
found something. A canvas piece.
Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Still, something about this place feels odd.
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganark was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft, why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols? And ancient magic that no one but you could see?
Isadora and Percival Rackham, another of the keepers, could see traces of ancient magic too.
Rackham? I haven't heard his name before.
Here's are some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on how this magic should be used.
This is all rather baffling. Let's take the canvas back to the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there. This place is odd, to be sure, but I'm fascinated by it. Now, for the trek back out of here. And now for the moments of truth.
It has to fit. Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble. I know that coast. Ranrock has taken over a huge mine in the surrounding area. Marrenweem has suffered for it. It's as bad as Feldcroft's become. Should we head there now?
We should wait.
Why?
All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
Someone who knows Ranrock personally. They asked me not to mention their name to anyone.
A goblin? Tell me I'm wrong. You know, goblins curse my sister
Sebastian,
to
ty
shut her up.
spryciulo.
Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins are...
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the mine we just went through?
No, Sebastian, I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
Perhaps your uncle was right about you. You don't know when to stop.
Oh, I do know when to stop. Unbelievable.
Dobrze. Spotkamy się z Sebastianem w katakombach po takiej kłótni. Brzmi to trochę śmiesznie. Spotkać się w katakombach. Po takiej kłótni się spotykamy w katakombach, ale okej, dobrze, nie, nic się nie stało. Tylko wymiana zdań na temat goblinów.
You're here. Good.
Sebastian, that relic you mentioned.
Don't think I've forgotten about your goblin friend. I haven't. But I needed to tell you what I've learned. I believe
O,
Slytherin
nawiązał.
students stumbled upon the relic during an assignment to study sarcophagi in this catacomb. From what I read in a report by the student, they weren't permitted to take it with them, so I must assume it's still here. As I mentioned earlier, this relic grants its holder the power to reverse dark magic curses. If it's in this catacomb, I have to find it. For Anne. I need to see her.
Dla on.
I'm ready to explore the catacomb. Perhaps we can visit Anne when we've finished.
Perfect. By the way, Ominous has been asking about you. You didn't tell him what we were doing, did you?
I didn't. I promise.
Good. Ominous would be livid if he knew what we were about to do. I'll be interested to compare what lies inside to what I've read about this catacomb.
Lecimy. Mówiłem, teraz mam tempo. Lecimy z tym tempem.
Sure that foul smell is the scent of success. Try not to lose your nerve just yet.
Incendio. Confringo. At least now we know we're not alone in here.
Perhaps that was it. And the rest of the tomb will be insect-free.
Yeah, spiders aren't insects.
Don't stop.
Incendio. Confringo. Confringo.
Now this is the sort of great room I want to be buried in.
Surrounded by grandeur.
Grandeur and then some.
Revelio.
Pile of bones. Lovely.
Bones outside a sarcophagus. Seems odd. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Crucio. Accio.
Rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Revelio. Depulso. Accio. We're in a tomb. I assume eerie sounds come with the territory. Wingardium Leviosa.
Otwierać to. Wchodzę. Już ze strefy misji? Co?
There's something here by the altar.
What did you find?
Looks like part of a student's diary. It mentions plans to return for the relic and conjuring barricades using bones.
Of course. The student's summary referenced a space beyond the Great Room, which means this can't be a dead end. I have the report if you want to have a look. Let's divide and conquer. You work on sorting out the bone barricades. I'll look around and see what we missed. Hold on to that diary entry. There may be more to it.
It does mention something else. It says their next assignment was learning the Imperious Curse.
Really? Interesting. We need to focus on moving beyond this room. But let me think for a moment.
Of course. I'll start to search for those barricades.
Brilliant. There's more to this than even I imagined. Before we trudge on further, I've just realized something. The student's diary mentions the Imperious Curse. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to need it here. It's an unforgivable, but useful when you're outnumbered.
Unforgivable.
Places the victim completely under the caster's control. So, if you'd like to learn Imperio, I can teach you.
It's probably wise to know the spell.
I couldn't agree more. A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable. You have a lot at stake. You have an ability that evidently no one's seen for centuries. Focus your wand movement. It's not an easy spell to master.
Easiest spell of my life.
There we go. Something troubling ahead. Be on your guard. Another barricade. Considering how well you did on the last one, this is
How gracious of you.
I try. This looks different than what we faced before. Now we're also dealing with rune symbols.
Bombarda.
O co tu chodzi?
That works. Going. Bombarda. Crucial. Defender. Insane. Expelliarmus. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
No. Czy jeszcze? Jeszcze kość potrzebna, dobra.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Otwierać.
You are head and shoulders above these bones. Nicely done.
Head and shoulders?
I see why Slytherin's student was so entranced with this place.
Bombarda. Crucial. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Defender.
Do ziemi.
From a moment there, I thought that'd never end.
Już.
Dead end. Accio, nothing. All that for nothing. Hold on. Don't give up yet. Sebastian, the relic. Look. Could it be? The note and rendition of the relic. It matches. This must be where the student left the relic.
I can't believe it. After all this, it lines up. We've really found it.
What do you suppose is meant by the dark sacrifice required to realize the relic's potential?
I have no idea, but we're here for the relic.
I'm willing to ignore what the journal entry says. We're taking the relic.
Agreed.
Dokładnie.
This is meant to be. For Anne's sake, I'm taking it. Let's get to Feldcroft. I must keep this relic secret, especially from my uncle. Is that ominous? Ominous. The sounds we kept hearing. It was you.
You gave me no choice. I had to follow you. Sebastian, please, leave the relic alone. We can find another way to help Anne.
I'm sorry, Ominous, but I'm taking it.
No, you're not. If you won't put it back, then I will.
Hold on, both of you. Sebastian, please, take a step back.
Fine, but Ominous knows I won't step back from a fight.
Can't believe this.
How much did you hear?
Everything. I heard you encourage Sebastian to take the relic.
Sebastian's done his research. He knows what he's doing.
Sebastian makes things sound easy when they could be impossible or dangerous. We need to stop him.
And if nothing will change his mind?
Something has to. I need your help.
Sebastian's right. We need that relic.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up.
Are you willing to sacrifice your friendship over this?
I might be. How could I choose to stand by and watch him do this?
What if the choice wasn't yours? You wouldn't be to blame for what happens.
What in the world are you suggesting? Imperial?
Now that you say it out loud, it sounds absurd. But I have another idea. We allow Sebastian to leave with the relic under one condition. After this, no more.
I feel that's what we agreed to in the scriptorium. I'm being taken for a fool.
You're not, Ominous. This may be the only way to keep your friendship intact. Let's trust him to know what's best.
Fine. If I trust him on this, I'm trusting you too. The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late. Go then. Leave with the relic. I'll not say a word more. I
Opętany.
hope I don't regret this.
Sebastian, we're ready.
What is it? I haven't changed my mind.
Ominous has. Let's go.
What? Ominous?
I'll explain on the way. Come on.
To nie tu. Wyjdź z katakomb.
Well, what happened back there?
Ominous and I found a compromise.
Ominous simply needs a moment with you and he'll change his mind. Is that it?
I told him we ought to give you this chance, that the relic is too important to ignore.
There has to be more to it than that. Tell me.
We agreed on what was needed, Sebastian. You have my word.
I never wanted to keep all this from Ominous. He just doesn't understand. And I didn't want to worry. As we were leaving, Ominous wouldn't even acknowledge me. That's not like him.
He was troubled, Sebastian. Even though we agreed to it all, it's been a lot to take in.
I thought he understood. He knew we couldn't give up. All of this is too important. For Anne.
Dla on. Nie wiem, dlaczego nie mogę użyć. Znowu nie mogę użyć tego. Czy wioska się pali? Czy mnie się tylko wydaje? Chyba się pali.
When we get to Feldcroft, I'd rather Anne not know what had to be done to get this relic. She thinks I'm ominous. It'd only upset her. Oh no, this isn't good.
What is it?
Smoke! Over there, by the hamlet. Feldcroft's in trouble. They're under attack.
Let's hurry.
Pity, not quite. Don't have to easily. Stop! Expelliarmus! This is where to go. We have to fight. Toy! Uncle, to the right! Got it! They're closing in!
Wojna! Czarodziejska wojna.
Boy! What have you done?
Saved my sister.
With an unforgivable curse. From that damned book, no doubt. Your father would be ashamed. You've gone too far, Sebastian. Stay away from her. From all of us.
What did my uncle expect me to do? The Imperious curse saved Anne's life. That goblin was going to kill her.
You did what you had to do.
If I have to keep proving that to my uncle, I will. He cannot banish me from my own home. From my sister.
It might be best to let him calm down a while. May I speak to him? Perhaps I can help to ease the tension a bit.
You may be right. Very well. Probably best if I get away from here for a while. I'll head back to Hogwarts.
Sebastianie. To było super, podobał mi się ten quest ogólnie.
What was he thinking?
Pardon me, Mr. Sallow.
What Sebastian did was inexcusable. You cannot possibly be about to defend him.
Sebastian and I have encountered Ranrock's loyalists before. That goblin would have killed Anne.
This family does not resort to using dark magic even against our enemies. What Sebastian did cannot be undone. That you are defending Sebastian's behavior at all tells me everything I need to know. You are as guilty as he is. Sebastian is to come nowhere near Feldcroft, nowhere near Anne. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason. If I hear that either of you continues down this path, if either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately. Why, Sebastian?
Nie. Jeszcze mam awadę, kadawrę do nauczenia się w szkole. To nie jest ostatnie zaklęcie. Dobra, idziemy do naszej kochanej Poppy. Gdzie nasza kochana Poppy? Idę do ciebie. Kolejne bardzo fajne zdanie. O, podoba mi się.
Seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
It's not like her to forget.
I didn't keep you waiting, did I?
Not at all. I was just at the post office. Gran told me to expect a package, but it looks as if she forgot to send it. She didn't send me an owl this week either. Perhaps she's busy with her research.
What did you find out about the dragon you were tracking?
I realized that she didn't know the poachers had her egg, so when she left Horntail Hall, she would have headed straight to her nest. I went back to the tent and tracked her flight.
Well done. You certainly know what you're doing.
I can't be certain, but I have an idea of one place she may have been heading. I thought we might go and see it for ourselves.
Of course. Shall we leave now?
If that's all right. I want to see how she's faring if she had a collar on. And she's likely frantic about her egg.
Dobrze, idziemy.
Here we are. I do think this is where we'll find her. The terrain's typical of where the breed would nest. I suspect it's how the poachers found her to begin with. They likely camped here and logged her patterns. Perhaps nabbed her first and then her egg. Dragons are hard enough to wrangle, let alone maternal ones.
You got all of that from simply standing here?
You'd be surprised how easy it is to think like a poacher. Shall we see if she's home? We only need to return her egg.
That sounds straightforward enough.
We should be in and out. Then we can be finished with the poachers once and for all.
Well then, let's find our dragon and return her egg.
Wonderful. If she sees us flying about, she might take it as a sign of aggression or food. We should stay on foot. Oh, and one more thing. Let's not agitate her. Goodness knows she's been through enough already. I'm ready when you are. There she is. She did make it home safely. Oh, good. It looks as if she wasn't collared like the other dragons.
No. Nasza smoczyca. Piękna.
Poor thing must be worried sick, wondering what happened to her egg.
Dokładnie. Masz rację, popierasz, współczuję temu smokowi.
For what it's worth, she doesn't seem to have spotted us yet.
I wonder how many they brought to capture.
Expelliarmus!
At least 10 usually.
Reparo!
Fantastic.
There she is again.
She's breathtaking.
From a distance.
I wonder how good her eyesight is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't imagine the poachers fed her well. And from a distance, we probably look exactly like sheep to her. Hebrideans love sheep.
How lucky for us. Watch your step.
Pity.
Or just raring for...
To serio?
Wait here. I'll run ahead.
Whenever you're ready.
I'll draw her attention. Follow when it's safe.
Watch out! It's her domain. Keep at it. We've just got to make it to the nest.
Oh, she's making it easy.
Gorzej niż pod Stalingradem. Jednak smoki to są jednak dobre działa.
Not a warm welcome.
It's a little too warm, if you ask me. I don't suppose she listened to reason.
I'd normally try. Get to that opening below her. If we can get that, we can get to the nest.
Fajne, to mi się podoba.
She's leaving! Quickly!
Brilliant.
There's the nest. We're almost there. Why is every bridge here broken?
Repair her.
A myślisz, że kto go zniszczył? Ona go zniszczyła.
Now, if we just return her egg, we can hopefully make it out without too much fuss.
Oddawać jajko. Odgryź rękę, dawaj, chrup. Nie no, smoki są inteligentnymi stworzeniami bez przesady. Dokładnie. Oddaliście jajko, lecę stąd. Popij. To ci jest. To tylko większy pies.
That was brilliant. And did you see how clever? She left us perfectly unharmed.
Creatures are a lot cleverer than most people realize.
That's what Gran always says. The important thing is that we survived it. And we returned her egg. Thank you for doing this with me. Wouldn't blame you one bit if you wanted to head back to the castle and never think about dragons again.
Ja chciałbym walczyć z smokami.
Shall we head back? I'm ready if you are.
I am. After our dragon rescue at Hauntowl Hall, I half expect to be ambushed by poachers any time I'm not in the castle.
Understandable. We did sabotage their fighting ring and steal a dragon egg from them.
True. True. So why haven't they come after us? It's not like them to let things lie. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless they haven't let things lie. Oh no, I can't believe I didn't see it. We need to leave. I need to send an owl.
Nic nie rozumiem, ale dobra, po prostu byli za nami. Dobrze jest. 15:32. Dobra, idziemy z Sebastianem jeszcze sobie pogadać. Sebastianie, gdzie ty jesteś? Na dole. Dobrze, Sebo. Aha, tutaj w krypcie.
Did you speak with my uncle?
I wish I had better news about your uncle and Anne.
Well, what did he say?
I'm afraid he wants you nowhere near Feldcroft. Nor Anne.
I had to stop that goblin from killing my sister. He had no right to banish me from my own twin. If he thinks banishing me means I'm going to give up on Anne, he's sorely mistaken.
He also said he cannot excuse the use of dark magic in any form, and that if he hears of either of us using it, he'll go straight to Professor Black.
Huh? That relic, dark magic or not, is the key to saving Anne. To reverse that curse. I will not lose Anne for good. I should send the crest to Anne. She'll know that we need to meet.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
Nothing, just a thought. Now I'm more determined than ever to learn what power that relic has.
I shall wait to hear from you then.
Thank you. I very much appreciate you standing by me through all of this. I'll send you an hour when I have news.
Jasne, że tak. Jesteśmy Brothers in Arms. Dobra. Dobra, jedziemy dalej. Rozmawiaj z Amitem. A Amit to nie jest ten gość, co dał mi teleskop? I dlatego to zadanie jest tak wysoko? No tak, raczej tak. Tak kojarzy mi się ten Amit. Z astrologią.
Hello there. Hello, Amit. Do I recall you saying that you speak gobbledygook?
I did. I mean, I do. Speak it. Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
It is. His name is Lodgok. We could use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course. How exciting. I mean, well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
Lodgok is waiting. Shall we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
Dobrze, idziemy. Oj, powiem wam, że już nagrałem się w tę czarodziejską grę, starczy mi. Już mam trochę dość. A jeszcze trochę tej gry zostało.
A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here?
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the Helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped. Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
You said this would repair the chasm between the two of you. How did you not expect him to react this way?
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock. Damn Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metal worker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals.
They described repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals: Rackham, Fitzgerald, Bakar, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain. For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lord Cock. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bacalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Well, yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ.
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook better than you can speak it.
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen, either by the eye above the enchanted door or a loitering loyalist.
Amit and I can do this.
I will await your return.
Jak wszystkich zabiję, to nikt nie będzie mógł powiedzieć, że tam byłem, prawda? Wychodzi na to samo. Zabić wszystkich. Nie ma innego wyjścia.
The door is looking at us.
Don't wish to be seen, do we? Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mind.
Dajcie spokój.
Even grander than I had expected. I cannot.
Lecimy dalej.
I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lift. Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward.
Widziałem, że się steleportowałeś, oszuście. Masz magiczne moce, ja też chcę.
I still can't believe we're inside a real... I've read about mines like this.
Accio.
Seeing it is something else altogether.
Keep your wits about you, Amit. I'll get you through this mine. Bombarder! Shut down! Defender!
That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word.
What could it sneaking about? We'll see. I feel like a character from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Let's take a look around, Amit. See if we can find any plans.
Bound a schematic. They're building something. I can't quite make it out. Curious.
I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
Amit się wkręcił bez reszty. Lepiej niż ja. Oj, oj.
Fascinating to see gobbledygook written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary. There must be more notes around here. What could they be building?
Ten Amit mlecze ozorem. Trochę ciszy, Amit, uspokój się, bo się po prostu zaraz ci się stanie coś dziwnego. Ile ja takich notatek mam odszukać, przepraszam?
If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something. Defender, Expelliarmus, Confringo, Incendio. I won't rest. Descendo. Confringo, Expelliarmus, Incendio. Defender. Bombard. Crucial. Expelliarmus. This really is too much. Stay close. I haven't much once. Another boiler. This place is more complex than I had expected. Confringo. Accio.
The wizards will be defeated.
Bombarda. Crucial. Defender. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Incendio.
Not quite.
Leviosa.
Put me down.
Defender. Expelliarmus.
I won't rest.
Confringo.
I will make
Bombarda. How many of them are there?
Już.
That should be the last of them, I'll eat. Yes, of course.
Otwierać. Nie! O Boże, jak dobrze, że się odgliczowałem. Myślałem, że już w ścianę wpadłem i spadnę.
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain. Let's get out of here and tell Lodgott what we found.
Teraz muszę wrócić. Jak ja bardzo nienawidzę
Must be a
wracać.
quicker way out of here than retracing our steps. Accio. Confringo. Accio.
No, poproszę windę. Tak jest, genialnie. Dziękuję. Amit to jest największy czarodziej, jak zawsze się teleportuje do windy.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here.
Amit nic nie wie i bierze udział w czymś, o czym nie mam pojęcia. Lubię tak. Śmiesznie. O, Czy ja pomyliłem wejścia? Czy tam to jest po prostu dookoła?
We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift. Welcome safe.
No i dobra.
Can we please talk?
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It was. It really was. I'm afraid I've had enough adventure for one day. For a lifetime, perhaps.
Thank you, Amit. I couldn't have done it without you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Lodgok.
Understood? I'll leave you to it. Your goblin secrets are safe with me, but I get to write the book about this escapade someday. Without further ado, adieu.
At you. Przecież at you to jest kichnięcie.
They're building enormous drills. We found their plans. Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct. Other than Rookwood Castle, however, I do not know where else he plans to search.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So was surprised to find a witch there who had set up a sort of improvised research site. She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me. When she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain. But instead she did something that I will never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her. She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it. She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes. But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lodgok, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle. What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows.
No niestety wybije każdego goblina, jeżeli będzie wojna. If I have to. Dobrze. Ale jeszcze poziomu nie mam. Ciekawe.
I hope Professor
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the last. Come by Spintwitches as soon as you can.
We should speak with Mr. Bickle's friends. I believe I can sneak away without drawing my mother's eye. Meet me near Hogsmeade, and we will devise a plan.
Ciekawe, ile mam misji? 4 doszły. 2 rozmowy, 1 misja i ulepszenie miotły. Jako zadanie. I tak tam miałem iść. Z Poppy, jak fajnie. Misje z Poppy są super. Zawsze miło mi się to robi. A w końcu to moja szkoła. Też należy do tego samego Puchonów. Też jest Puchonem. No dobrze. To kupimy miotłę. Ulepszenie.
As before, I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you.
Oj, nie będzie mnie stać na to. Niedobrze.
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Nie stać mnie na miotłę. 4000 kosztuje, no co za miotła. Dobra, czy ja mogę sprzedać jakieś zwierzaki? W sumie mogę nawet wszystkie sprzedać, bo nie potrzebuję ich. Ciekawe, ile mnie to zbliży do miotły.
Come in. Sorry if there's a smell. New batch of toad-hide.
Jeszcze za mało, 500 mi brakuje.
I'll not mind seeing you here again. Consider yourself welcome.
Jeszcze mi 500 brakuje, dobra, ponieważ tego nie mogę zrobić. To się spotkamy z Nati. Mapa świata, czekajmy, zobaczmy. Dobrze, kolejny pojedynek kołaczy. Koła przyzywaczy. Dobrze.
Hello. Are you here for someone as court?
That I am. Don't expect to be as lucky here as you were in Crossed Wands.
Kolejna Uganda.
Care to lose? I mean, play a match?
Of course, Charlotte.
Then may the best summoner win.
Pewnie, że ja. Dajesz. Akia. Mocno zaczęła od razu 50. Skubana.
Precisely as planned.
Easy.
Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio.
Nie zdołam tego przebić. O, skubana to będzie trudna runda. Oj nie, nie udało się, spadła mi piłka. No niedobrze, spadła mi piłka. Teraz jedyną możliwością, by wygrać, jest rzucić jej kulę. I to zrobimy. Ej, nie, nie tak.
Nice technique. Didn't I say I adore competition?
No nie.
Hard luck. Catherine.
Absolutely. Don't count me out yet.
That's the spirit.
No. Chyba trochę zmniejszyła opór.
Precisely as planned.
No w tamtej turze wszystkie praktycznie na czerwonym to oszustwo jest. Znaczy na niebieskim.
Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio.
Akia.
Precisely as planned. Nice technique. Accio. Precisely as planned.
Accio.
O nie. O nie. Jest...
You are good.
No, zrzuciłem jej kulkę i moja też spadła fajnie.
I'm not too proud to admit when I've lost. Where did you learn to play like that?
I play by intuition, natural skill and all that.
That's been my strategy. I suppose it only gets you so far, though. Well, you've only one opponent left now. I won't say more than that, but let's just say he's the best for a reason.
Jeszcze mnie nie spotkał. Najlepszy, bo wy żeście go spotkali. Dobra. W porządku. Kolejne zadania. Oj, powiem wam, że no. Jeszcze daleko do końca. A ja już dużo przegrałem.
Are you ready to put an end to Harlow?
Oczywiście.
I'm ready to do what's needed to take Harlow down. I know you have a plan.
Zniszcz
We must gather
Harlowa.
information from the friends of Mr. Bickle that Archie and Mrs. Bickle mentioned. Agabus Filbert, Otto Dibble, and Mr. and Mrs. Rabe.
All right.
I suggest that you speak with each of them while I head to the Hogshead. I saw some Ashwinders heading there. And as my mother would never go near the Hogshead, she is less likely to learn of my activities than if I were to wander the village questioning its residents.
Very well. I'll speak with them, see what I can learn.
I knew I could rely on you. We need to know how they are being blackmailed by Rookwood and Harlow. Meet me here after you have spoken with them. Hopefully, by the time you return, I will be able to move a bit more freely.
Z nimi mam porozmawiać. Serio ze wszystkimi? No dobra, okej. Jedziemy do tego, co jest najdalej najpierw.
Agabus Filbert must be around here somewhere.
Hello there.
Excuse me, Mr. Filbert. I wondered if I might speak with you about your dealings with Theophilus Harlow. I hope to ease Mrs. Bickle's mind by gathering evidence against him.
Tragic, what happened to Bickle. He wanted me to speak out against Harlow for an act of violence committed against me. But I feared Harlow's retaliation, and so I refused.
If you had spoken out against him as Mr. Bickle asked, perhaps Harlow would be locked away by now.
Perhaps. But perhaps I would have suffered a similar fate.
You said that Harlow committed an act of violence against you. Could you tell me what happened?
Before my extraordinary wife, Dulcibella, passed away, she had just completed a small book of poetry. As a surprise for her birthday, one she never had the chance to celebrate, I had the book beautifully bound and plated in gold. One day, Harlow came calling to punish me for having spoken out against the Neanderthals that comprise Rookwood's lot. Before I knew it, I'd been petrified, and Harlow was rifling through my home. He found the book of poetry, with its exquisite gold plating. I watched helplessly, lying there in my entranceway as he walked away with the book, laughing as he went. I was shaken to my core. Still am, to be honest.
I imagine you fear Harlow retaliating again, but do you mind if I share this information with Officer Singer?
I suppose I have no choice. This extortion can't go on forever. You can pass it on to anyone who may be willing to help. Harlow does not like people talking, as you already know.
Now, to find Mr. Bickle's other two friends. Otto Dibble wears glad rags. I should check there.
Please tell me you didn't take it.
Mr. Dibble, may I speak with you? It's about Theophilus Harlow.
I've nothing to say about him. May I interest you in a stunning cravat today?
Please, sir, I'd like to help. I spoke to Mrs. Bickle.
You know the Bickles? All right, but we must be discreet. Can't have Mr. Hill hearing this.
I know Mr. Hill. He was kind to me the day of the troll attack.
Oh, he's a good man. But even he wouldn't understand about Harlow. It started a few weeks ago. I was distracted, reading a note, when you-know-who came into the shop. I hid the note behind the counter and offered to help him. He stared at me for a moment, then asked me to check on an order he'd placed. I went into the storeroom to check on what turned out to be a non-existent order. When I returned, he was holding the note.
What was in the note?
It was a note from Rosie Hill, Mr. Hill's daughter. You see, we've been, well, secretly engaged these past 6 months. We haven't told Mr. Hill yet. I dare say he has higher hopes for her. Harlow advised me in no uncertain terms that my relationship with Rosie, not to mention my employment here, depended upon my cooperation.
What did he ask you to do?
It all happened so quickly. In an instant, he took a very expensive scarf from the counter, pocketed it, and smiled. He said, "Your secret is safe as long as I can supply my lady friend with delightful items like this every so often." I've been able to cover for his requests until now with some creative bookkeeping, but I can't keep it up for much longer. I'm terrified to say anything. I could never live without Rosie.
Thank you for telling me. I'm gathering evidence to take Harlow down.
I would love nothing more than to see him rotting in Azkaban, but be careful. He's an awful man and incredibly dangerous. As for Rosie's letter, should you happen upon it, I have committed it to memory. You may destroy it immediately.
Understood. Now hurry off before Mr. Hill...
Wolałbym Adawek dobry niż Azkaban dla niego.
Now to find the last of Mrs. Rabe should be...
Oh, Isco, what have I done?
Mrs. Rabe, I wondered if I might speak with you about Theophilus Harlow. I'm a friend of the Bickles and I'm trying to gather evidence against him.
Poor Joanna and little Archie. And now Harlow has taken my darling Isco.
What do you mean? Why?
I'm a security guard at Gringotts, and my husband is a curse breaker for them. Harlow approached me about helping him extort my colleagues into giving him treasures from the vaults.
And you declined?
Of course I declined. Repeatedly. I thought they'd given up, until I came home one night and found my husband gone, and a note affixed to my door with a knife. The note stated that I only had a few days to reconsider helping with some banking needs, and that my husband would appreciate it if I acted quickly. But the help Harlow wants is help that I cannot give, and my dearest Isco is paying the price.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabe. Knowing the lengths that Harlow will go to is helpful, albeit more than disturbing.
Mr. Bickle was trying to help us, but now he's gone. I don't know what to do.
I shall do all I can to get evidence against Harlow, Mrs. Rabe.
Very well. Here's the note I received. You must be careful as well. Please don't put yourself in danger.
I am the danger.
Some evidence worth hanging on to.
Thank you.
I've spoken with Mr. Bickle's friends. Now to find Natty. It's not like Natty to be late. She said she was going to the Hog's Head. Perhaps I'll find her there.
Serio? Mogę nie móc tu latać.
Natty must be around here somewhere. Revelio. Natty's wand. She can cast without it. She wanted me to find this. She's in trouble. Revelio will show me where she was taken.
Nosy little students get what's coming to them.
Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly.
Zaraz odbijemy Natty.
The footprints led to this room. There must be another way forward. Accio! A hidden door. Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly. Revelio.
No dobra. Może znajdziemy te poboczne rzeczy, żeby...
Better be sure I'm not seen.
Dlaczego?
Alive.
Revelio.
Just
Dobra, zapiszmy sobie.
someone.
Take
Accio. Confringo. Expelliarmus.
Disarm my wand, feel my wrath.
Defender.
Barely felt that at all.
Now, this has become personal.
Żegnaj.
Confringo.
A masz.
Now to finish the job. Expulso!
Confringo.
Expulso! You want to play like that, do you? Try to.
Expelliarmus.
Dobra, talenty. Dobra, teraz tak. Ja muszę znaleźć kasy trochę.
The book of poems that was taken from Agabus Filbert. He'll be thrilled to have this back.
Muszę to trochę pogrzebać, bo ja kasy potrzebuję. I jednocześnie muszę znaleźć te wszystkie dowody. Plus Nati.
Revelio. Otto Dibble's love letter from Rosie. He wanted me to destroy this if I found it.
Dobra.
Defender. It must be here somewhere.
You found us. I knew you would realize I had left my... Over here. I need your help.
Ludzi powali tutaj.
Mr. Rabe, Daisy told me you'd been abducted.
You spoke with my wife. How is she?
Worried about you. Are you all right?
I am all right. Thank you for coming. These locks are cursed, and there's an anti-apparition jinx on the cells. Even Natty's skill with wandless magic cannot free us. I need you to find my wand.
Use mine. We'll find yours together once you're out of there.
I need my wand for this. Using one with which I have no connection may not work as well or as quickly, and we cannot risk detection.
I shall do my best. Any idea where it might be?
It's nearby. I can sense it.
Understood. I'll find it.
Your friend Natty was
Revelio.
unable to summon my wand. It must be blocked by something.
Incendio.
I want it somewhere in this room. I can tell.
Mhm. Ale
Lumos. Revelio. Revelio. Mr. Rabe's wand could be in there.
nie wiem, dlaczego to wcześniej nie działało tyle razy. I nagle zadziałało.
Mr. Rabe's wand must be nearby if he can sense it from his cell.
Ale dobra, otworzyliśmy to.
Mr. Rabe's wand. He'll be glad to have this back. Mr. Rabe, I found your wand.
Well done. I knew it was nearby. Now, you best stand back. One never knows how a curse will react to being broken.
Thank you, Mr. Isco.
My pleasure. And thank you, my friend. We owe our lives to your bravery. I may be too weak to disapparate with you both, but I can try.
You go ahead. Find Officer Singer. We will get out of here on our own.
Very well. But be careful. Thank you, my young friends.
Be prepared for a fight. These Ashwinders must pay.
I will kill them all. Dobra. Teraz tak, tędy idziemy. Jak ja tu wchodziłem, co? Górą? Chyba górą, bo jak inaczej. No tak. No, to jest okej. Dobra, skończmy z tym Harlowem. Dokładnie.
Natsai Onai. I should have known. And you, the troll dispatcher. Oh, thank goodness the two of you are safe. Isco Rabe told me a couple of students had rescued him. Should have known it was you two.
Is Mr. Rabe all right?
He is. I sent him home to his wife, Miss Onai. Your mother will not be pleased to learn that you're still risking your safety pursuing these dangerous men.
Actually, Officer Singer, Natty and I learned of several Hogsmeade residents who've had their lives threatened by the Ashwinders. In addition to abducting Mr. Rabe to blackmail his wife and Natty, Rookwood and Harlow have also extorted Agabus Filbert and Otto Dibble.
I will look into all of that. As for the two of you, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you are taking great risk. Next time, please let the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
Kobiecie? Nie.
With all due respect, officer, the authorities haven't done much about any of this.
There's more to taking down an organization like the Ashwinders than simply storming in and hauling them off based on a few accusations. I must insist that you leave them to us. We shall have no further discussion on this.
No, jest swoje.
You may wish to speak with your mother about this before I do.
My mother will not like this. Thank you again for rescuing me. We shall speak soon.
Dobrze. Ile mam kasy? Stać mnie na tą różdżkę, czy nie stać? Nie stać. Chociaż jak sprzedam tą legendę. Dobra. Idziemy sprzedać legendę. Czy nie? Idziemy na razie zrobić kolejne zadanie. A to co za zadanie? Nie widziałem go. Kolejne zadanie.
Pardon me, is everything all right?
No, it's not. We only had 2 bells to go, but she just had to go and spoil things.
I'm afraid I don't follow. Who spoiled things? Also, what bells?
Professor Black ordered Mr. Moon to take down the bells in the bell tower. Said they were giving him a headache. Those bells are a part of Hogwarts. I wasn't about to let that happen. So I asked my friend Adelaide to help me put them back. We've always been a duo of sorts, Adelaide and Evangeline. Addie and Evie. Anyway, it was going swimmingly until Black started asking questions. Then she wasn't comfortable with our rule breaking. Now I'm stuck, unable to tell which bell goes where.
Perhaps I could help put the bells back up.
Really? Oh, that would be
W
wonderful.
zasadzie już to zrobiłem.
The bells are in the bell tower just above the music room. You're certainly of more help than Adelaide.
Przecież ja to zrobiłem.
I imagine the bells are just inside in the bell tower.
Już to zrobiłem
The bells
wcześniej.
are back up, Evangeline.
Oh, you're a credit to the school. I can't wait to hear them. I can't wait for the headmaster to hear them. I wish I could see his face. Future generations may not truly appreciate what you've done, but I do. And I hope that you do as well. You don't know how much this means for me and for Hogwarts.
Ciekawe. Zadanie, które zrobiłem przed jego zobaczeniem. Dobrze. Już jest Poppy. Dobrze, idziemy do Poppy teraz. O, choinka. Nie spodziewałem się tego. To podlecimy jak możemy.
Oh, good, you're safe.
Oczywiście.
There you are. You were in such a state when you left.
The poachers got to my gran. Someone recognized me in Horntail Hall and they got to her.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
She's fine, thank goodness. But they were at her house, our house. They assumed I'd sent the egg there. She said they took the whole place apart looking for it, screaming that we'd cost them everything.
If your gran's all right and they didn't get the egg, then perhaps we're fine.
I should have known. I underestimated the poachers. And now another creature's in danger.
What do you mean?
The poachers refused to leave empty-handed, so they took valuable journals that Gran had discovered when she was researching rare creatures. One of them contained theories about a secret hiding place of the Snidget, long thought to be extinct.
I take it you aren't going to let the poachers anywhere near the Snidgets.
Gran wants me to stay out of it, but I know she's devastated that poachers might go after the Snidgets, if they still exist. We had the element of surprise on our side when we saved that dragon, but the poachers will be watching for us now.
We need allies. Others who hate the poachers enough to help us.
Sam bym dał
Who
radę.
value creatures as much as...
Merlin's beard! You're a genius! The centaurs! They'd want the Snidgets protected at all costs.
Sounds as if we need to go and talk to the centaurs.
We'll need to be careful in how we approach them. Tensions with them are high. Still, I think they may be our only hope. Let me think on it. I'll let you know as soon as I have a plan. I think I know how and where to approach the centaurs about protecting the Snidgets. Meet me in the Forbidden Forest.
Jak myślałem. Zauważyłem, że jak zmieniasz porę dnia, to zadania się odświeżają. I to jest ok. Bo dzięki temu możemy zadania dalej robić.
I can do this. I can do this. They will want to help.
Is this where we're meeting the centaurs?
Well, they don't exactly know we're coming, so it's less of a meeting and more of a surprise, I suppose.
Once we tell them about the Snidgets, they'll understand why we came and they'll want to help.
I hope you're right. Perhaps they'll be able to tell that we're sincere. There's something about them that's so knowing. It's almost unnerving.
I suppose they are known for having an air of omniscience.
That's exactly the right word. Never mind.
What is it?
It's nothing, truly. We've no secrets to hide.
That's right. We'll simply be honest with them about what we're trying to do. They'll have to help us, won't they?
Yes, of course. You're absolutely right. We'll meet with them, tell them about the Snidgets, and I'm sure it'll all be fun.
Groźnie.
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Please! We were hoping to speak with you.
Ah! I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the time you spoke to a centaur, and it spoke back.
No, never. We're here because we need your help.
Enough! You made a grave error in judgment in coming here, little witch.
Leave them be, Alec. We do not harm the young. It is not our way.
You forget your place, old fool. I'm the leader of this herd, and while you cling to our way, their kind continues to slaughter beasts like us without a care!
From what I can see, they have slaughtered no one. They will leave here unharmed.
Mark my words, Doran. If I ever see them again, it will be all 3 of your heads.
Foolish children. Do you know what happens to wizards who wander here? Now, follow me before
Golden Snidgets are still alive, and the poachers are after them. They know that the key to finding them lies in the moonlight, but they don't know what that means, yet. Please, help us find the Snidgets before the poachers do.
Could it be? In the south, there is a cave within which lies what the poachers seek. A moonstone. Retrieve it and place it in the henge in the forest. I, on the other hand, must go speak with the herd. Find me after you have done this.
I don't understand. So the moonlight mentioned in the journal doesn't refer to actual moonlight, but to a moonstone. What do moonstones have to do with Snidgets? And why was he so certain about where we could find one?
I don't know, but I am inclined to believe him, what with his being a centaur and all.
I am too. It is a shame how quickly he left. What was his name? Doran.
That's what the leader of the herd called him.
Well, if Doran knows something we don't, I'd rather act now and ask questions later. I can head to the library and start looking into the cave you mentioned. I'll let you know what I find.
You are the talk of the school since you saved Mr. Rabe and I from the Ashwinders. We have come so far. We should discuss the next steps in our plan to stop Harlow.
Dobra. Kolejne zadanie i starczy. I kończę, chociażby to było ostatnie. Na dzisiaj starczy. Zmęczyłem się w końcu. Trochę dużo. Tych zadań dzisiaj zrobiłem. Jeszcze jutro jest dzień.
Off on another adventure, are we?
I have been meaning to speak
I
with...
still can't believe we escaped the Ashwinders.
You may not realize it, but you are the talk of the school since you saved me that day.
I wonder how everyone knows about it.
I told my mother in the hope that she would be more forgiving of what I have been up to if it came from me. She likely told other professors, and news travels quickly. Unfortunately, she might, in fact, have been even less forgiving than I'd hoped.
If she knew more about what you've done, I suspect she'd be proud.
If she knew any more about what I've done, she would never let me out of her sight again.
I'm sorry. Has Officer Singer done anything with the evidence we provided?
She has not. Harlow is as strong as ever. Someone needs to stop him, whether it is us or Officer Singer. If someone had stopped the monsters like him in Matabeleland, my father would be alive today.
What exactly happened to your father?
It was a beautiful day. My mother had gone to tend to a neighbor who was ill, and so my father and I were galloping in the savannah.
Galloping? Your father was also an animagus, I take it?
He could become the most majestic giraffe, and he would carry me on his back, my arms around his neck. We were on our way home when we surprised a group of bandits who had come from our village. One of them saw me just as he removed a scarf from his face. He shouted and then aimed his rifle.
He didn't want you to identify him.
Exactly. In an instant, my father bowed his neck to protect me and was hit. As he fell, my father changed back into his human form. When the bandits saw this, they turned and ran in fear. Magic terrified them, and then he was gone. And it was all my fault.
Your fault? How so?
He died protecting me. If I had been capable of protecting myself, he would still be alive today. My mother and I tried to go on without him, but it became too much for us there. A few years later, we left to come to Scotland.
I'm sorry, Natty. I can't imagine what you've been through. Your father sounds exceptional.
He was truly extraordinary. And thank you for your kind words. We all have our burdens. My father had a saying about that.
Yes, I remember. Rain does not fall on one roof alone.
Exactly. Soon you and I will put an end to the Ashwinders, beginning with Harlow. And once he is gone, we will turn our attention to Rookwood. We are making progress, and we will succeed. Thank you again for saving me. You deserve all of the praise you have received.
Bombarda!
Dobra. Oj, na dzisiaj starczy. Dziękuję wam. I wybaczcie, że nie byłem rozmowny. Jakoś nie mój dzień. Do następnego.